Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
We offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranams to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world for this Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, Adi Kailas Sarvajna Pita. We welcome all the viewers across the world for this Uttamottama Seva. For those of you tuning in for the first time to Kailasha's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri Kailasha, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, is the reviver of Kailasha, the ancient enlightened civilization, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and His Divine Holiness has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple based universities for humanity. The sovereign order of Kailasha, led by His Divine Holiness and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest university, is with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 sacred arts, sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness is the current emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore the videos, you can visit Kailasha's Nithyananda YouTube channel. For all of us, millions of Sri Kailashavasis all over the world, you and me, if we have had any spiritual breakthrough, any great experience of Kundalini awakening, if today we are able to manifest Shakti, it is because at the mere age of 12, His Divine Holiness did the tyaga of sitting with utmost sincerity and ferociousness with himself and manifesting this ultimate spiritual breakthrough. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela of his life for each and every one of us to be part. His Divine Holiness has taken this physical form and came down from Kailasha itself. Now that His Divine Holiness is here, we can celebrate his happening on planet and spread the message of Sri Kailasha. We invite all the viewers to share this link with all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. As we continue this introduction to Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva, pre Satsang, and which leading to Satsang, let us do whatever we can to reach this message of Sri Kailasha to one and all. There are innumerable reasons why His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam happened on planet Earth. He happened to cause the Satya Yuga once again. He happened for the fulfillment of the consciousness itself. He happened for the entire humanity and he happened exclusively for you at the same time. Ultimately, however, in words that cannot quite be summarized either by himself or his devotees, the true reason behind the happening of His Divine Holiness is pure compassion. This realization will happen to you after reading and listening the full life story of His Divine Holiness. All of His gifts for humanity and all of His sacrifices, you will journey through all the years that His feet graced on planet Earth. You will learn the greatest of His lessons, and your aspirations for life itself will mature. You are yourself will have the realization that brings tears to your eyes and ultimate surrender into your mind. Avatar of Paramashiva happened on planet Earth just to ensure we realize we are also Paramashiva. Today, during this Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva, we will explore the His Divine Holiness connection with Lord Ganesha. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Lord Ganapati. And listening to these experiences, the stories of His Divine Holiness is literally an initiation, the seed of possibility for that experience happen to happen in all of us. And the same experience is blessed to all of us. We must understand that the ultimate truth of His Divine Holiness life is that from the very beginning, He is the ultimate consciousness and has been expressing Paramashiva from the beginning. And never once He came down from that space. Just for the sake of our transformation, His Divine Holiness shares the experiences in His life so that our whole biology can catch what He's saying and what He experienced and reflect that very experience in our space. When we listen to that experience, we have the opportunity to raise ourselves that minute to that higher consciousness. Having that in our inner space, let's understand the experience of Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, when he was 3 years old. So before that, let's understand what is Uttamottama Seva, as we are offering the Uttamottama Seva to Lord Ganesha. Uttamottama Seva is a Vedic ritual straight from the source, from the Agamas. Uttamottama means best of the best, and Seva is offering. So it is a ritual of offering best of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us thousandfold, many million folds. And Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains, our knowledge, our skill, our people, everything. Offering the best of the best is the way we can offer our gratitude to Paramashiva and being integrated to Him and to His words. Agamas is the only thing that we can offer to Paramashiva. Hence, as per the instructions of Paramashiva, in the physical form of Sachalamurti, the avatar, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, we offer this seva to Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, the presiding deity of Nithyananda Sangha. Uttamottama Seva is an intrinsic ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that came from best of the best that is offered in Vedic tradition. From the instruments to the offering of food that should be offered to Paramashiva. The various types of dance and the way it is danced. The Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. Why should we offer the best of the best? As Paramashiva lives in Adikaila Sarvajnapeetam as Kalpavriksha, the as the one who gives whatever we ask for. We offer during this Uttamottama Seva Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Dhupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, Aratrikam, Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Grihya Suktam, Agama Stotram, Dravida Vedam, Nityam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva. He has given these to us, and offering them back at his feet is what we do during this seva, whereby we experience the intense Shakti Nipata and Advaita, the oneness with him, and as a result, we leave the state and radiate the space and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And also, since it is Agama Vidhi, Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during this seva. The best of the food that is offered as Naivedyam, the best of moments a body can offer, offered as Nritya Seva, the dance, and the best of a sound offered as music, the Sangeeta Seva, and the best of the consciousness offered as power manifestation, the Shakti Avishkarana. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today, we are offering the Uttamottama Seva to Ganapati, Lord Ganesha. Hinduism has got several major branches. People who worship Ganapati, the followers of Ganapati, people who worship Paramashiva, Shaivites, and people who worship Vishnu, the Vaishnavites, and people who worship Subramanya, the Kaumara Sampradaya, and people who worship Devi, Ashaktas, and people who worship Surya, and the Navagrahas, and people who worship gurus and their masters. Whether it's a Shaivite or Vaishnavite, or Shaktas or Kumaras, the Guru worshippers, they always worship Ganesha first. There is only one God who is worshipped by all the seven major sampradayas, that is Ganesha. Because the Shaivites don't even look at and the Vishnu's temples and the Vaishnavas, even by mistake, they don't look at Shaivite temple. Ganesha is the only god worshipped by all seven sampradayas. Ganesha is worshipped in the whole world. The largest celebrated and festival is Ganesha Chaturthi. Because other than Hinduism, no other religion celebrates festivals on such a large scale. Because other religions, by birth, they may have a large number of people in their religion, but by living, many of those religions don't have that huge number living their religion or practicing the religion. Here, the Lord Ganesha is the embodiment of cosmic intelligence. There was a survey on which form of God is worshipped most. It is Lord Ganesha in various thousands of forms. He is the Lord of beginning, and he is the Vignaharta. He is the remover of obstacles. He is the embodiment of highest state of consciousness. His divine holiness. Now let us understand His divine holiness connection from the very early age, as young as 3-year-old. His Divine Holiness narrates his first spiritual effort experience was trying to feed Ganesha. He narrates that my first extraordinary experience beyond the materialistic world is also from Ganesha. That is why I think Ganesha has given success in my spiritual venture. He is the embodiment of completion of all the incompletions we all have. We carry so many impossibilities, the vignas are obstacles. Anything, any idea that we carry as an obstacle or impossibilities or vignas. Nothing else is a vigna in life other than the idea that we carry as impossible. Ganesha is the embodiment of completing all that impossibilities just by remembering his name. The incompletions of impossibilities, vignas, he removes. He is the embodiment of love and compassion. His Divine Holiness, Swamiji, tells us all so beautiful this experience when he was 3 years old. It is Ganesha Puja with which he says his whole life started. He narrates in his own words that actually, had I not taken up public life, I would have been a pujari, temple priest. The number of hours I spent in yoga, the number of hours I spent in speaking, the number of hours I spent in my public life, I spent in meditation, the number of hours I spent in meditation, all this put together cannot cross the number of hours I spent in puja. In 1981, when His Divine Holiness was 3 years of age, he manifested the first deep spiritual experience that he wanted to give to humanity. It was the experience of oneness through relating with the deities, worshipping them, doing puja to them, and understanding the realness of Hindu truth. He fed food to his own Ganesha, and the deity ate the food. It happened when he attended a live spiritual discourse by the renowned Tamil scholar and speaker Selva Ganapati when he was 3 years of age. Through the discourse, His Divine Holiness heard the story of Nambiya Nambi and the child poet saint who lived during that time, who served food to the Ganesha deity with such a authenticity in action, and the deity appeared and ate it. The story of Nambiya Nambi happened few centuries ago, and Swamiji, as a 3 year old, the young Swamiji, as a 3 year old, he heard this story. Even in the young age, His Divine Holiness immediately rushed home to offer food to his Ganesha deity. He tried through many methods to make Ganesha eat. At first, he tried to threaten the deity to eat like how his grandmother used to threaten the children who don't eat. Then he ran to the Arunachaleshwara temple to fetch the food that is offered to the main Ganesha deity there, thinking his Ganesha deity would eat that food, hoping that it might be the preferred food for his Ganesha. This is then His Divine Holiness offered that food, but Ganesha did not eat. His Divine Holiness finally decided, after trying various methods, that he will not eat until his Ganesha deity eats. He sat in deep hunger for 2 long days, replacing the plate of food in front of the Ganesha deity. When he touched the peak of authenticity in his decision, on the third day, Ganesha appeared and ate the food. His Divine Holiness witnesses it from the state of Savikalpa, the Samprajnata Samadhi, or Savikalpa Samadhi, oneness with Ganesha through the Savikalpa Samadhi is oneness with the chosen deity. So, His Divine Holiness at the age of 3 experienced oneness with Ganesha with his strong Sankalpa. His Divine Holiness, through a single initiation today, gifting this same profound experience of oneness with the cosmos through a preferred deity, any deity form, a deity worship. Today, millions of seekers world over are feeding not their just Ganesha deity, but their chosen deities, and experiencing the oneness, realness of these profound truths from Paramashiva. So, this is his sacrifice at the mere age of 3. What he initiated, what he experienced, he is now initiating millions across the world, the same experience, without any effort. Millions across the world are feeding effortlessly of their chosen deities and experiencing the oneness with their chosen deities. So today we offer Uttamottama Seva to Lord Ganesha. We offer this as a gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Guru, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all tune in and watch this sacred offering and get the blessings of Lord Ganesha and His Divine Holiness. Stay tuned. Thank you so much, Nithyanandam.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
The first offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturvedam. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturvedam Avadharaya. Rigveda हरिः ॐ अग्निमीले पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवं ऋग्विजं होतारं रत्नधातावं हरिः ॐ यजुर्वेद हरिः ॐ युषेतो जेत्वा वायवस्तोपायवस्तदेवो वस्तविता प्रार्पयतु श्रेष्ठतमाय कर्मणे हरिः ॐ सामवेद अग्न आयाहि पीतये ग्रहाणो हव्यदातये निहोता सप्ति बर्हिषि हरिः ॐ अथर्ववेद शन्नो देवीरभिष्टय आपो भवन्तु पीतये शय्योरभिश्रवन्तु नः हरिः ॐ. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shlokas. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Agama Shloka Priya Agama Shloka Navadharaya. महापाशुपतं मह्यं विष्णुस्तच्चुदर्शनं ब्रह्मणो ब्रह्मदण्डस्तु सर्वेषां स्वं स्वमायुधम् क्वचिद्वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत् सर्वं देहगतं द्रव्यं वियद्व्याप्तं मृगे क्षणे विभावयेत तस्यस्य भावना शास्तिरा भवेत्. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Stotra Priya Stotram Avadharaya. मुदाकरातमोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतंसकं विलासिलोकरक्षकं मनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकं नटाशुभाशुनाशनं नमापितं विनायकम् न तेतरातिभीकरं न भोक्तार्कभास्वरं न मत्सुरारिनिर्जरं न ताधिकापदुद्धरं सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गजेश्वरं गणेश्वरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात्परं निरन्तरम् समस्तलोकशङ्करं निरस्तदैत्यकुञ्जरं दरेतरोदरं वरं वरे भवक्रमक्षरं कृपाकरं क्षमाकरं मुदाकरं यशस्करं मनस्करं नमस्कृतां मनस्करोमि भास्करम् अकिञ्चनातिमार्जनं चिरन्तनोक्तिभाजनं पुरारिपूर्वनन्दनं सुरारिगर्वतर्पणं प्रपञ्चनाशभीषणं धनञ्जयातिभूषणं कपोलदानवारणं भजे पुराणवारणम् नितान्तकान्तदन्तकान्तमन्तकान्तकात्मजम् अचिन्त्यरूपमन्तहीनमन्तराय कृन्तन् वेदन्तरे निरन्तरं वसन्तमेव योगिनं तमेकदं तमेव तं विचिन्तयामि सन्ततम् महागणेश पञ्चरत्नमादरे दयोन्वहं प्रजल्पति प्रभातके धृतिस्मरन् गणेश्वरम् अरोगदामदोषतां सुसाहितीं सुपुत्रतां समाहितायुरष्टभूतिमभ्युपैति चोचिरात्। ॐ नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकलतत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतत्त्वविदुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकण्ठाय पार्वतीमनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलितविग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकालरौद्रावताराय दक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालभेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय षडाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनन्तकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकाय अनन्तवासुकितक्षककार्कोटकशङ्खगुलिकपद्ममहापद्मेति अष्टमहानागकुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रहणक्षत्रमालिने सकलाय कलङ्करहिताय सकललोकैककर्तृ सकललोकैकभर्तृ सकललोकैकसंहर्तृ सकललोकैकगुरवे सकललोकैकसाक्षिणे सकल निगम गुह्याय सकल वेदांत पारगाय सकल लोकैक वरप्रदाय सकल लोकैक शंकराय शशांक शेखराय शाश्वत निजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहंकाराय निरंकुशाय निष्कलंकाय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरन्तराय निष्कारणाय निरन्तकाय निष्प्रपञ्चाय निस्सङ्गाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निरागाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोपाय निष्पापाय निर्भयाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपमविभवाय नित्यशुद्धबुद्धपरिपूर्ण सच्चिदानन्दाद्वयाय परमशान्तस्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव कल्पान्तभैरव कपालमालाधर खट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश डमरु शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति भिंडिपाल तोमर मुसल मुद्गर पाश परिघ भुषुंडी षटग्नि चक्राद्यायुध भीषणकर सहस्रमुखदंष्ट्राकराल वदन विकटाट्टहास स्फारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेन्द्र कुंडल नागेन्द्रहार नागेन्द्र वलय नागेन्द्र निकेतन मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर ऋषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युमप्रमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय चोरभयम् उत्सादय उत्सादय विषसर्पभयं समय समय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विदारय विदारय कुठारेण भिण्डि भिण्डि खड्गेन छिण्डि छिण्डि खट्वाङ्गेन विपोधय विपोधय कुशलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः सन्ताटय सन्ताटय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्मराक्षसगणान् सन्ताटय सन्ताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु पुत्रस्त्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयान् माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय क्षुत्तुभ्यां माम् आप्यायय आप्यायय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युञ्जय त्रयम्बक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते. The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Vedam Avadharaya Shiva Tiruchitrambalam Veyuru Toli Pangan Vidamunda Kandan Meganalla Veenai Kadavi Masaru Tingal Gangai Mudimela Nindu Ennulame Pugunda Adanal Nyayiru Tingal Sevvai புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டு முதனே ஆசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Sangeeta Seva. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sangeeta Priya Sangeetam Avadharaya Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaitam Gaganadrisham Tattvamasyadilakhyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvari Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि 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 वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं प्रकाशं शान्तं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you. I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeswari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeswara Paramashiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeswari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeswara Paramashiva Nitya Priya Nrittam Avadharaya.
Tadita Joduta Jimita Getaka Dalam Kutaka Jikutaka Dinkita Tumda Hitam Dedicate Takati Hitti Dedicate Takadam Hitam Dedicate Takati Hitti Dedicate Takadam Hitam Dedicate Takati Dedicate Takadam Gajananam Gajananam Bhuda Ganadhi Sevitu Gajananam Bhuda Ganadhi Sevitu Kapita Jammu Panasara Pakshitu Uma Sutam Shoka Vinasakaranam Namami Vigneshwara Pada Pankajam Vigneshwara Pada Pankajam Jindit Nada
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you. Mean by the word e-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Nithyanande Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranam Avadharaya. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamashyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, I welcome all of you with my love and respect to today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. I am Manitya Yoga Pranananda. I'm 13 years old and I've been living here for past 4 years. And along with me, I have an extraordinary Balasa, Mashruti. Ma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam. My name is Varshiti and I'm 15 years old and I'm going to manifest the powers today.
Yes. And we also have along with us here our volunteer. Yes, Ma, would you like to introduce yourself?
நித்யானந்தம் என்னோட பேர் பூங்குதை. நான் வாலண்டியர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் ஆதி கைலாஷ்ல.
Yes. She told that her name is Ma Pungude and she is volunteering in Adi Kaila. Yes. Let us begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. Today, an incarnation of Paramashiva walks among us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, initiating millions of people all across the globe into the science of power manifestation from the Vedagamas. The Vedagamas are the source scriptures which are directly revealed by Paramashiva, which we will be looking into shortly. Today, out of the 463 extraordinary Shaktis, you will be witnessing the Shakti of consciousness over matter. As you see here, I have one plain coconut with me. And I'll be handing this coconut over to Ma Pungode and she will be rolling it up. And Ma Shruti will be rolling it off Ma Pungode's hand. And what we're going to be demonstrating today is not just the mere power of rolling the coconut off. She is also going to be breaking the deep root pattern which is stopping her to manifest reality. And before we enter into the power manifestation, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana, the direct scriptures revealed by Paramashiva himself. The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness of matter comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartaye tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartaye tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartaye tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Yes, these beautiful words of Paramashiva himself, let us enter into the power manifestation. Now I'll be handing over this coconut to Ma Pungode. We request you to show your hand in front of the camera and hold the coconut completely straight, with your palm completely straight. Completely straight. Yes. Yes, Ma. Now you can show it in front of Mashruti. Now Mashruti is going to begin the power manifestation by chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which raises us to a higher frequency and continuously reminds us that we are Paramashiva. Let us all also sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line and manifest and chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, Namaste is beginning our manifestation. And what we are manifesting now is Shakti, not Siddhi. The difference between both of them is that Shaktis are attained and manifested just with a small initiation of an enlightened master. But Siddhis are attained by doing years and years of tapas and penance. As you see, many rishis and sages all around India will be standing on one leg with their hands in the air for years and years together, just to get a glimpse of these siddhis, not even to be able to manifest them, just to get a glimpse of them. They'll be standing on one leg for years and years all together doing penance. But what we are initiated into are Shakti, with the grace and compassion of Paramashiva himself in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We are able to manifest these powers with just a small touch and initiation by the avatar himself. Yes, as you can see, the coconut is vibrating. And sometimes Paramashiva also tests our will persistence by making the coconut stay for even longer. It is all just to test our will persistence and to see how strong we are going to be in manifesting this power and how much will persistence and surrender we are having towards Paramashiva. Sometimes the coconut will just be there for hours and hours together, but it is Paramashiva testing your will persistence, and it is some deep root pattern inside of you which is breaking as the power manifests. As you can see, the coconut is still shaking and vibrating. And as I was speaking about the difference between Siddhis and Shaktis, I would like to actually share one experience with you, with all of you. One day, when a group of Balasins went and demonstrated the power of blindfold reading to one sadhu in North India, after they manifested the power, the sadhu was so astonished and he started sharing that for 12 years he was doing penance, standing on one leg with his hands in the air. He was doing penance and went through all these hardships just to get a glimpse of this power, not even to be able to manifest it, just to get a glimpse. He was sharing that for 12 years he was doing this penance. And he was so shocked at how young kids are just able to manifest these powers like anything, just by a small initiation and a touch by the avatar. He was so shocked and he was like, really the incarnation of Paramashiva himself has landed down and you are all blessed to be able to manifest these powers at such a young age with the avatar in your life. And as you can see, the coconut is almost about to tip. Yes, the coconut has fallen. And now some deep root pattern in Ma Kumbhade has broken. Something has broken. So you can manifest some or the other reality which you want to manifest now. And I would like to share with all of you that these powers are extraordinary powers which even you can manifest. And before that, let us just ask Master King how she was able to manifest these extraordinary powers. Yes. What I did, I just told Swamiji, this coconut has to move. So when it moves, our root patterns breaks. So some root patterns from inside me or my Pungadai
broke when it moved. So Swamiji wanted us to break our root patterns. So Swamiji just moved it.
Yes, very beautiful. As you can see, she very beautifully tells Swamiji moved the coconut. As when you manifest these powers, it is not you who is manifesting. It is Paramashiva himself manifesting through you. That is why you continuously chant a Mahavakya, which continuously reminds us that you are Paramashiva, and the power just simply manifests. And I would like to also ask Ma Pungode how she felt. Let her share with all of us how she felt while this whole manifestation happened. Yes, ma'am.
Deep root pattern.
Little louder, ma.
ரூட் பேட்டர்ன் வந்து ப்ரோக் ஆகும்போது என்ன ஆச்சுன்னா, இது சாத்தியமா, இன்னைக்கு முடியுமா கண்டிப்பா அப்படின்னு யோசிக்க தோணுச்சு. இல்ல கண்டிப்பா முடியும். ஏதோ எனக்கே தெரியும், எனக்குள்ள என்ன ரூட் பேட்டர்ன் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்குன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல சுவாமிஜி. ஜஸ்ட் சரண்டர் பண்ணிட்டு மகா வாக்கியா சான் பண்ணோம், உடனே மூவ் ஆயிடும்.
Yes. So Ma Pungode shared that as the coconut was placed on her hand, she was thinking, is it possible? Because some root pattern has to break. Is this possible? And then she thought, no. Of course it is possible. It is Paramashiva who is doing. Of course it is possible. Some root pattern will break in it. And the moment she got that powerful conviction, the coconut just rolled. As you see, it is from both the sides. When Ma Pungade was also confident and when Ma Shruti was also confident in chanting the Mahavakya, the coconut just simply rolled off their hand. And it is all with the grace and compassion of Paramashiva himself. Yes, you would like to share something more?
Yes. எனக்குள்ள இருக்கிற அந்த ரூட் பேட்டர்ன் கட்டாயம் உடையணும் பகவானே, நீங்க வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்க. அதுக்கு நான் வந்து உங்ககிட்ட ஃபுல்லா சரண்டர் பண்றேன் சொல்லி கேட்டேன். எனக்கு அது வேணும், எனக்குள்ள அந்த ரூட் பேட்டர்ன் வந்து உடையணும் அப்படின்னு நான் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா கேட்டேன். கேட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் கிடைச்சிட்டு.
I'll just be translating what Ma Pungade told. She told that, and she felt very strongly that the root pattern, something. She told Swamiji that I do not know what it is, but I really want it to break. Please help me. And the moment she with this praying to Swamiji, the coconut just rolled off. Yes, very beautifully shared. And to authenticate this whole experience to all of you, I would just like to share the Apta Pramana, which is the time-tested, foolproof, and experiences of the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time-tested and verified this science. So the Apta Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter goes back to the time of Dwapara Yuga, when Lord Sri Krishna was born in Mathura. His father Vasudeva wanted to take him to his friend Nanda, as in Mathura King Kamsa was waiting to kill Sri Krishna. And as Vasudeva was taking Sri Krishna to his friend Nanda, he had to cross river Yamuna, and there was no way to cross, and he just simply connected with the divine and requested river Yamuna to part and give way for him to walk. Immediately, river Yamuna responded by parting and leaving a sandy track for him to cross with Sri Krishna in his arms. And it is so amazing that how our ancestors were able to manifest his powers. And now, again, Paramashiva has landed down to bring back this science of power manifestation and initiate all of us into these powers to be able to manifest like how our ancestors used to. And all of you also have the opportunity to not miss this opportunity of connecting with Paramashiva himself and manifesting these powers of Paramashiva. If you want to get initiated into these powers, you can join the Paramashivoham Level 2 program. And with this, we would like to offer our love and gratitude at the divine lotus feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva. We thank you all for joining us in today's Uttamottama Seva. We invite all of you to join us for tomorrow's segment of the Uttamottama Seva, 6 p.m. IST. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Kailasa, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer, Hindu god Paramashiva is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu god has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights. Kailasa, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu god Paramashiva is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu god has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, Kailasa, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive. That science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They form the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, Character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailashians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994, up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Animal agriculture industry influences, politics, government, news media, the education scheme system, health professionals and organizations in order to promote their products.
Listen, food is the first idea, concept with which exploitation on you starts. It is through food society enslaves you.
Consumers have lost the ability to decide for ourselves what and how much to eat. Those decisions are made instead by animal food producers who control our buying choices with artificially low prices, misleading messaging, and heavy control over legislation and regulation. Your vote can change this. Veg or non-veg? kailasa.org/kailasa-voting.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, and welcome everyone for today's Nithyananda Satsang. As we get ready for today's Satsang, we are going to share with you about some of the politics associated with the meat industry. As you all may be aware, in the next few days, the voting, the first ever voting as a part of the Hindu nation Kailasa is going on, and it's going to end on the 14th of November in just a couple of days from now. So we want to share with you the importance of this voting. And today we want to share with you about the politics and the meat industry. So what's going around the meat industry and how the meat industry is exploiting people, the health, the animals, and the whole climate as well. That's what we want to present to you today. So the influence of meat and dairy industry on government, education, news, media, and health professionals. How the animal agriculture industry influences politics, government, news, media, education, school system, health professionals, and organizations in order to promote their products. For example, red meat, chicken, dairy, eggs, seafood. How the food politics is happening in the world and how they are skewing, whether it is the research, whether it is our dietary guidelines, everything is being dominated by the so-called meat industry and the lobbies associated around that.
Nithyanandam, and welcome all the viewers. It's Ma Nitya Pramayananda, and we invite you for the first time to, as Manyanatma Swami mentioned, to vote for veg or not veg. And you can see the voting link just below the screen at kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1. So sponsored researchers on meat eating. Favored the sponsor of the research, and this is meat industry. In 2011, in the US alone, annual sales of meat were worth 186 billion. That's more than the GDP of Hungary, and a lot to protect. If you see a scientific study showing the red meat consumption does not rise the risk of cancer or cardiovascular disease, or the high protein diets are the way to go, good chances are that that particular study has been funded by the meat industry. Examples of studies funded by the industry and with results that promote meat eating abound. From the meat industry perspective, such funding appears to work pretty well.
The propaganda power of meat advertising. Now let's just look at the billions and the millions of dollars that are being spent by for meat advertising compared to spending on farm animals, or compared to spending on vegetarian dietary guidelines, or promoting vegetarian and vegan diet. Here, if you see in this chart, Cargill is spending 1.7 billion US dollars in meat advertising. McDonald's are spending 768 million dollars. JBS is another great, huge meat industry, is spending $1.5 billion. KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut together $593 million. Tyson is spending more than $500,000 on promoting advertising meat industry, right? So the advertising expenses, just the advertising expenses of the meat industry compared against the total expenses of the organization promoting vegetarian eating, you can see minuscule. There is a red dot, which is the amount that's actually spent on meat eating. And every bite of yours can change the oath, right? So whatever we decide to eat, what we decide to have on our plate can change the planet. Your oath can change the planet. Your food can change this planet. Today, we, as Hinduism, as Kailasa is starting this huge voting to protect animals, to protect the planet Earth, we invite each and every one of you, go to kailasa.org and /Kailasa-voting-1. We will give you a few seconds. We request every one of you to go to the Twitter, use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and we will be reading out your comments. What do you feel about the meat industry? So if you can go to Twitter and use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred and share the link that is being projected on the screen, we would be reading your tweets, your comments, your suggestions. And what do you feel about the Hindu voting that Kailasa has initiated, at least from the Hindu perspective, the dietary guidelines for Hindus, what should it be? That's what you're going to vote for. And please reach out this link, which is being projected on the screen, to as many of your friends and family as possible. So share this link, kailasa.org, /Kailasa-voting-1, and tweet hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Continuously go ahead and share your ideas about the meat industry. Let's now watch a quick video.
Animal agriculture industry influences, politics, government, news media, the education scheme system, health professionals and organizations in order to promote their products.
Listen, food is the first idea, concept with which exploitation on you starts. It is through food society enslaves you.
Consumers have lost the ability to decide for ourselves what and how much to eat. Those decisions are made instead by animal food producers who control our buying choices with artificially low prices, misleading messaging, and heavy control over legislation and regulation. Your vote can change this. Veg or non-veg? Kailasa.org/Kailasa-voting.
Advertising. So where most Americans learn about a food, it is advertising. Amount spent annually by McDonald's on advertising is $800 million. Amount spent annually by the National Cancer Institute to promote fruits and vegetables, $1 million.
Now, we just saw the amount that was spent on advertising, right? 800 million, 1 million, billions of dollars being spent on advertising for the meat industry. But what you and me can do, we can go to the Twitter. We can use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. We can share. Now, we may not be spending billions of dollars. Kailasa today may not be spending billions of dollars on advertising for non-vegetarian, for, to stock non-vegetarian food. But your tweet can make the difference. We may not have billions of dollars of money power or the lobby power, but we have the conscious power of billions of Hindus around the world. If you can take a moment to make this tweet, hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and tweet the link that you see on the screen, kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1. Your one tweet can save the lives of billions of animals being killed today for food. So while we are sharing about the US meat industry is wildly successful to keep its hold on American diet, what Americans eat today, what is being advertised to them is controlled by the meat industry. Now, your doctor might tell you to eat fewer burgers and steak sandwiches, but thanks to the exceptional lobbying skills of the American meat industry, the US government probably never will. Rejecting the advice of their own expert panel, the US Department of Agriculture and the US Department of Health and Human Services announced this month that the latest edition of dietary guidelines for Americans will not include considerations of environmental sustainability. Had they decided otherwise, they are likely to be recommended that people lower their intake on meat, the production of which is recognized widely as a contributor to climatic change. Now, the US government is never going to say asking you to stop eating meat, because they are being supported. Millions of dollars are being funded in lobbying and in political campaigns by the meat industry just to keep the Americans under sickness, which could lead to cancer and various health diseases. You are never going to get the right research report or the right information how much the meat eating is destroying your health. Hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Share your support today and let us change this planet for a better tomorrow.
So now you can see that although the FDA food pyramid recommends eating less meat and more fruits and vegetables, meat is subsidized by the federal government about 30 times more than the fruits and vegetables. Your health is in your hands. So you can cast your vote now on kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1 with a hashtag. And you can also send us your questions, feedback on using hashtag Hindu votes are sacred on a Twitter or Facebook.
We do see many of our voters going ahead and tweeting with this hashtag. Thank you, everyone, for sharing this word. We have many of our viewers today going on Twitter, sharing about hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Over 700 million people in 43 countries experience scarcity of water, while vast amounts are used in non-veg industries. The statistics speak for themselves. Change is possible. We can make a difference. This has been tweeted by DTTS. And we have many people tweeting about the Kailasa voting. Thank you, everyone, and welcome thank you. And we are grateful for your support in promoting the vegetarian lifestyle on the planet. So next, what we are going to see is how the meat industry has influenced the dietary guidelines for decades. Now, the size of the US meat industry is immense. Beef alone is a $95 billion a year business, according to the USDA. And the North American Meat Institute estimates that in total, the meat industry contributes to $894 billion to the US economy. That size translates to political influence. In 2014, the industry spent approximately $10 million in contributions to political campaigns and another $6-7 million almost directly on lobbying the federal government. While the USDA is tasked with regulating the meat industry, it also has a role in promoting it. The tension plays out every time the US government wants to give out dietary advice, and the results generally wind up favoring the industry. So what you see as the dietary guidelines that are coming out to you is nothing but the biased view of a heavily lobbied meat industry. Your vote can make a difference. We are seeing the votes that all of us are putting towards and contributing to Kailasa is really stopping the meat eating, and your support is really making a change in the planet. Your few minutes can make a huge difference. So please go to kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1. Make a small tweet and to show how much you care for not just yourself, but for these innocent beings, but for the planet Earth. So hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and go ahead and cast your vote now and share about this to friends and family. I can see Ma Nitya Brahmananda has voted. Thank you very much, Ma, for going ahead and showing your support for the Kailasa voting. So all you have to do is go to Twitter, hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and share the voting link that you are seeing on the screen.
And understand that your health is in your hands. Your vote can actually change it. Your vote, your one vote, can influence how your children's health will be. So now we will show you the false and biased. Research conclusions by meat industry funded researchers. Biased research: eat more protein to sleep better, and need to sleep better, go for high protein diet. Who found it? The Beef Checkoff and the National Pork Board. Next, adults with hypertension who want to lower their blood pressure may effectively incorporate lean pork into their diet. Founded by National Pork Board. Next one, evidence does not appear to support an independent association between animal fat intake or animal protein intake of colorectal cancer, funded by National Cattlemen's Beef Association and National Pork Board. We know from, if you following His Divine Holiness, if you are practicing Hindu, you know that the blood pressure can be changed by a different means.
The false and biased research conclusions. From the meat industry perspective, such funding appears to work pretty well. According to the pork industry itself, a 10% increase in demand enhancing research increases per capita pork demand by 0.06%. Now, that may seem like a small number, but with pork sales of 97 billion, 0.06% is respectable 58 million a year. If that same number were applied to the whole meat industry, that pocketed amount would increase to 190 million a year.
And now we will show you a very short clip of His Divine Holiness Swamiji about a food that is first to play where the exploitation of people starts.
No, largest carbon footprint release on the planet Earth is neither by automobiles nor by army industry. It is by non-veg dairies. It is not by atomic weapons. It is not by automobile industries. It It is not by anything else. It is by dairies and leather industry, means non-veg production industry. Understand? When a grain grows directly, you eat that. It's organic lifestyle. But you feed that to a life and grow muscles and do not care about that life and cut that into pieces and eat. What logic? Where are we heading? Human beings are allowed to own planet Earth, not possess. Not possess. Mark my words, if we don't shut down animal husbandries, dairy farms, which are functioning for meat, I don't see 2060. I don't see 2060.
If we want to protect the planet Earth, all we need to do is just share about the Hindu voting. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has kick-started this revolution. It is not by revolution, but it is by evolution that we can
carbon footprint release on the
change this planet. Let us bring this evolution in each and every one of us. So go to hashtag Hindu votes are secret and cast your vote now. Please go to Twitter and tweet with this hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Share the link to kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1. Please understand, we have received enormous support from our viewers, from Hindus around the world, and from vegetarian and vegans supporting the effort and the initiative of Kailasa in contributing to the protection of animal lives and protection of planet Earth, and of course protection of humanity as a race in general, because meat eating is extremely hazardous to the health and human beings' body. It is not designed for meat eating. So your vote can make a difference. So go to hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, go to Twitter and tweet with this hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Just share this link, right? Your one tweet can make a difference in the planet Earth. Your one tweet can save billions of animals from being killed. Your one tweet can bring a huge superconscious breakthrough in this planet Earth. Join the divine mission of His Divine Holiness, the Avatar, and the first voting of Kailasa, which is going to end on the 14th of November in just a couple of days. So go ahead and cast your vote and do share, spread this word, and invite as many people to cast their vote. Hindu votes are sacred. Let us be heard for a better tomorrow.
Animal agriculture industry influences, politics, government, news media, the education scheme system, health professionals and organizations in order to promote their products.
Listen, food is the first idea, concept with which exploitation on you starts. It is through food society enslaves you.
Consumers have lost the ability to decide for ourselves what and how much to eat. Those decisions are made instead by animal food producers who control our buying choices with artificially low prices, misleading messaging, and heavy control over legislation and regulation. Your vote can change this. Veg or non-veg? kailasa.org/kailasa-voting
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Can you truly believe everything the media says? Today, we are going to be walking all of you through the meat industry and its influence in the game of politics. Do you think science is confused on the matter of meat eating? You are not alone. Funny how these scientific fellows change their minds from day to day. One variety says, eat meat, lots of it, to build good, rich blood. Another says, meat is poison, wrote one Chicago journalist back in 1912. Since 1912, not all that much has changed in the befuddlement created by meat science. What also hasn't changed much is how powerful the meat industry is now and how influential. In 2012, in the US, 2011, in the US alone, annual sales of meat were worth $186 billion. That's more than the GDP of Hungary and a lot to protect. If you see a scientific study showing that red meat consumption does not raise the risk of cancer or cardiovascular disease, or that high protein diets are the way to go, good chances are that the particular study has been funded by the meat industry. Information and scientific reports on diet and nutrition are rigged and manipulated by the meat industry, encouraging the consumption of all types of meat, when in reality, the same diet, which has been proved by authentic scientific reports, say eating meat can open doors to all the diseases. Even in most videos that are being out there now, keep encouraging the eating of meat. The absence of a top-line message about limiting red and processed meat has many experts, including the spokespeople from the American Cancer Society, criticizing the guidelines. Studies have repeatedly linked heavy meat consumption to high rates of heart disease, premature death, and cancer. So what is reality now? Everybody keeps saying scientific reports itself tells that eat lots of meat. It's good to build muscles. It's good for you to get rich blood. The truth is, meat eating opens doors to many diseases. And now all the viewers and everybody will be confused. But here now we'll be proving you all what you think is wrong. By contrast, the final guidelines list red meat alongside seafood, poultry, and other protein sources are elements of a healthy eating pattern. They stop short of an explicit recommendation to eat less of it. Understand, when they make these nutrition reports, especially when the government puts their hand into making these nutrition reports, they have to keep in mind every industry that gets affected by these reports. Saying that eating less of it can cause a controversy. Dr. Frank Hu, a professor of nutrition and epidemiology at Harvard and one of the experts who served on the advisory committee, says the meat industry has historically had huge influence on USDA, the US Department of Agriculture. Other experts agree, telling Time that discrepancies between the advisory committee's report and the final guidelines are evidence that USDA and HHS do not rely on science to form nutrition policies. Highlighting that point again, the United States Department of Agriculture and the HHS do not rely on science to form the nutrition policies. There's a great deal of money at stake in what these guidelines say, says Dr. Marian Nessel, author of Food Politics and former chair of the Department of Nutrition, Food Studies, and Public Health at New York University. So just her statement says a great deal of money at stake. It's at stake in what these guidelines say. You can just know that a lot of money has been put into those reports. actually fund the industry and fund those scientists. He says, years past, I was told we could never say eat less meat because USDA would not allow it. Understand, those of them who want to stand up and reveal the truth to the world are silenced because of the consequences that may happen if the truth is revealed. Also, not only that, we have actually come to a point where it's completely okay to put a person's health and life in jeopardy by giving false information. And it's completely okay to even go with it. And seeing people do it. And the world that we're living in is not even considerate enough or sensitive enough that a life is getting wasted just by following these guidelines. Understand, it's just not one life. It is millions and billions of people out there believing these reports, thinking that what is being reported by all these people, by the media, by people they believe, the ones that can help them give the right advice. All these people, the reports that they get are rigged solely because of the effect it may have on the world in case the truth is revealed to the world. The meat industry has influenced the dietary guidelines for decades. The size of the US meat industry is immense. Beef alone is a $95 billion a year business, according to the US Department of Agriculture. And the North American Meat Institute estimates that in total, the meat industry contributes about a whopping $894 billion to the US economy. That size translates into political influence. Of course, that big of a size will obviously have hands of politicians making this whole thing. In 2014, the industry spent approximately $10.8 million in contribution to political campaigns and another $6.9 million directly on lobbying the federal government. So the whole thing is a chain reaction. The meat industry, the political influence, and the government. So these three people are having each other's back and supporting the inauthenticity, putting people's health and life in jeopardy, just so they can have profit, gain in profit. Understand, every one of your votes count. Every one of you who is out there tweeting and spreading this news among millions to awaken them, to show them what is really happening, what they believe is right is not. This one is a big conspiracy. Balaji Padmanabhan Ayya has tweeted the voting link. Thank you so much, Ayya. That's really great. We request all of you to go down to the link down below and go ahead and make your vote count, make your voice stand. And all of them who is coming and joining us in this journey to give the world what it really requires. Let us all be that force to change this whole current pathetic situation upside down. Let us be the voice to stop this inauthenticity and cheating. Putting people's life and health in jeopardy. There are people in this world believing the actual nutrition guidelines and policies given by authentic people, and they themselves go behind people's back and lobby around and give false information just so they can gain the higher profit is completely not right. We have gone to a level where we have gone beyond the sensitivity. And it's not only these reports that we read online, it is also the advertising. The way in which they advertise all the meat industry put together, you will not believe the scale of the difference between the dollars spent on promoting meat and the dollars spent on the advocacy of farm animals. You will not believe the advertisements that your children are watching now are being rigged. The advertisements that your children are watching today, know that they are putting ideas that are completely beyond what is really happening. These children are believing all the information that is being said, saying that McDonald's and every other meat industry out there is what they really truly want to be happy, is what is really required for them to have the taste of life. There are so many contradictions contradictory scientific reports. Actually, one scientific report says that eating meat is really good for your body, while the other says that it is actually if you eat meat, it'll actually make you bedridden by the time you're 30. So right there, it actually makes you question, makes you doubt what you're really doing. Is it right? Am I having the right food? Am I actually going to the right diet? I suggest everybody start questioning and everybody start looking deeper into stuff, deeper into the reports, because not everything is authentic. Like even though there are authentic names giving out those reports, it is not real. So do your own research, because in the end of the day, it is your life. It is not anybody else's, but it is your life that you're taking care of. Let us take that responsibility just for our life and expose the truth to the whole world. That way everybody is educated and they start looking at what is the truth. They start looking at reality. Let us stop living in this darkness. Let us actually go on and start living the real life. Most of the scientific reports, majority of the scientific reports with stats as evidence, say that eating meat puts a person into different heart diseases, cardiovascular diseases. Australia, this one country, suffers significantly from diet-related chronic diseases. Given these serious public health problems, all preventable through healthy eating, it behooves the nation's leading nutrition professionals to be honest with the Australian people. The 2013 report, and now a word from our sponsors, found that the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics in the United States has a serious credibility problem due to its myriad conflicts with the junk food industry. The US Department of Agriculture's 1991 withdrawal of its eating right timid food guide in response to pressure from meat and dairy producers was only the latest in a long series of industry attempts to influence federal dietary recommendations. Such attempts began when diet-related health problems in the United States shifted in prevalence from nutrient deficiencies to chronic diseases, and dietary advice shifted from eat more to eat less, when in reality you shouldn't eat it at all. Understand this picture right here shows what really is being provided to many kids around the world in their schools. The pyramid that we learn, nutritious pyramid, on how much food a balanced diet should have, is being replaced with greasy, meat-filled junk food. And that is the reality of life. Ma Brahmananda has tweeted, killing, cutting, cooking, eating another being so that a human gets his taste buds satiated, and for protein, etc. No, we do have other sources for protein. We surely can acquire taste, healthy, sensitive taste buds. Hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Thank you, Ma. All of you can also tweet using this hashtag. Voice your opinion, voice what you think is right on Twitter using the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Let us not only protect this generation, but also the next from what is truly happening out there in the real world. This is actually more of a historical moment. We are going to be in history making such a big decision. This is actually a big conspiracy game played on each and every person being living on this planet Earth. We are living in the darkness thinking that every single report that these authentic, so-called authentic sites and people are putting out are actually completely rigged by these government media and the meat industry. Understand, meat industry holds such power that even authentic reports don't stand a chance in the court. So it is up to us to take that responsibility, to know, educate ourselves on what is right, and expose the truth about this meat industry. And there are multiple evidence and stats based on just eating meat, what it can do to your body. And let us all come to the fact that everybody is aware of this. So it is up to us to take that decision. Keeping in mind that the decision you take now is not only going to affect you, but your children and their children after. You have the power to decide who your next generation is going to be. You have the power to decide if this world is going to be a healthy place when we have the decision to be able to take our health in our own hands, we're leaving it in the hands of these millions of people who are ready to trade lives just so they can make a few pounds. The animal industry spent $18 million on lobbying and $22 million on campaign contributions in 2018. Between the bailouts and their usual subsidies, both direct and indirect, they received $50 billion in tax-funded benefits, all to keep breeding and slaughtering more animals. How does it sound right to anybody else? And anybody moving forward with being a meat eater after this, I just don't know what to tell. Let us just go on internet, see the videos, check out the reports, see those animals' emotions. You will just know what is happening to a being is not right. Let us all take a strong stance to put a big end to this. 18 million. That's how much corporate animal agriculture businesses, the lobbyists, every year bend farm policies to their clients' advantage. As a result, the latest farm bill ensures animal farmers profit regardless of how Americans vote, with the dollars, 38 billion in subsidies and 30 billion in bailouts, equals to more and more animal victims every year. Keeping in mind that there is one side of the world that is suffering with obesity and one side of the world that is suffering with hunger and poverty. All the food that has been grown that has to be distributed to humans equally is being inserted into this animal agriculture business, where these animals are bred and they are fattened up just to satisfy the taste of human beings. They live a miserable life by suffering till the last breath, and one side of the world that is not getting food, that is not getting what is required for this definition of life, they are being deprived of the same exact thing that animals are suffering from. You understand that you may not try to kill these animals, but your ignorance still does. We request all of you, please pick up your phones now. Your vote matters. You can bring a change in this world. You have the power to put a smile on these kids that are suffering on one side of the world. You have the power to save these animals from facing their end too early, from suffering and leading a miserable life. Just imagine eating meat and the meat industry. Taking these two factors out of the whole formula of the world, imagine the whole world will become a better place. Because just that one factor of eating meat puts an animal into a pressure and into a bunch of sufferings, and then at the same time the food is getting deprived for other part of the world, and at the same time the government, the media influencing the people. Just this one factor in this whole world that people are following is creating such a chaos in this whole world. So there is still one side of the world that is being hidden from everybody by the media. Most of us have a small feeling that it exists, but we still turn a blind eye to it. The farmers that are helping us daily to provide everything that is required from us, from the basic rice to all the vegetables, they are suffering. They are not being given what they truly want to be given. They don't have the exact amount of money required for them to move on with their lives. And yet, this meat industry that is only slaughtering animals is making more and more day by day, minute by minute. They're just spending, and not only are they spending monies on torturing and slaughtering animals, they are actually getting more and more from the government. Every campaign they release, every $1 they get in, one life lost. Not only an animal, but also a human being, one corner of the world. Not only because of starvation, but also due to these diseases that are running. Each year, U.S. Department of Agriculture manage programs spend $550 million to bombard Americans with slogans such as these, urging us to buy more animals, like "this pig still goes oink," Although people in every age group already eat more animal protein than recommended and far more than our forebears did, these promotional programs are shockingly effective at making people buy even more. Each marketing buck spent boosts sales by an average of $8 for an annual total of an extra $4.6 billion in government-backed sales of meat, dairy products and eggs. Imagine if meat industry gets bogged down, not just meat industry goes down, but at the same time the government, big influencers, the big politicians also go down with this because they're all getting their hands on this. They're all contributors for this. This is a big conspiracy which is happening that we are being blind to.
These slogans are not only aimed at adults, but mainly at children who are so innocent, who get caught up with things just like this, something so catchy that they really want it. That is exactly why child obesity in today's generation is going above what it has ever in all these decades that has come by. Keeping in mind that children are so innocent that they believe anything is being on TV, that anything that has cartoons, anything with a very catchy saying is all that is required for them to think that is the way of life.
Your vote has the power to change the way the world works. Understand, just this one click of your vote can actually make a big history in putting down the biggest conspiracy game played by the people on this planet Earth. Fooling and cheating people and putting them in jeopardy, their health, their life, and their kids' life, just so they can gain a lot of money. Understand, this is a game played on each and every one of you, and if you don't wake up from this darkness and do your own research and educate yourself, you will be the losers and not the meat industry. They know the truth. Probably they are taking their own precautions to save themselves and fooling and giving you all the big reports so you can actually buy into this by paying them enough money so they can actually move on with their lives while yours will end soon. So it is up to us to actually educate ourselves and expose what is the truth. Let us come to that mature level now to know what is right and what is wrong. Put aside your desires. These desires were made up by the media and the government.
Your vote has the power to change the way the world works. Understand, you may just be an individual, but just a click of a button, you can change the lives of billions and billions of people, billions and billions of animals being sent to the slaughterhouse every day. The billions that are crying out for somebody to be the voice of them. The silence that are dying in a corner without their voice being heard. You, just with this one vote, have the power to be the voice for these voiceless. You have the power to be the voice for the silenced. You have the power for all of these animals that are crying out there, hoping the ones that were supposed to protect them is the one that is killing them instead. Can we all take a few minutes now? Go on to the link down below and make a difference. Your vote has the power to change the world.
And understand, it's not just the animals suffering in those brutal slaughterhouses, but at the same time, your body is crying out for help to you. Understand, we are born by birth for plant-based diet. There are enough authentic scientific reports and stats on how our body is only for plant-based diet. Understand, an animal eats meat because its intestinal tract is less. Its intestinal tract is small, whereas a human body's intestinal tract is longer because it's structured in a way for us to absorb more nutrients from the plants. By birth, we are actually structured to follow a plant-based diet. So what we are doing to ourselves, let alone the animals, is complete torture. So let us start taking care of ourselves and educate ourselves more on what is right and what is wrong. Come out of this whole darkness of meat eating is great and meat eating produces more protein. That is a complete misconception. So your vote actually has the real power to change this all for a better lifestyle and for better health. Your health is in your hands. Know that. You decide how you want to go forward. You decide how the world has to go forward. It is as simple as that. At the end of the day, it is just a click of a button, a decision. Either you can go and make a change now or tomorrow. In the end, a change is required for the world to function. For the world to go on as it has to, we need to change the way humans are working. All of you can go on Twitter and voice out your opinion and what you think is right under the hashtag Hindus votes are sacred. And at the same time, go to kailasa.org and cast your vote for the right cause. We are seeing the votes to stop non-veg are increasing. That is really great. That itself is taking a step towards making the world a better place. So we encourage all of you to make the right vote for the right cause, and at the same time, go enrich more people by tweeting on Twitter on the media that is hiding the true facts of what really happens just to make a few bucks, and the government who are continuing to support its whole cause. Again, requesting all of you to go ahead, go on to the link down below. Make your vote. Your vote matters. We thank all of you for joining our session. We have only laid out the true facts of what is really happening. It is you that is going to be making the decision that is going to be affecting this world for this generation and the next. Thank all of you for joining. Nithyananda.
One change can save our planet. Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now.
Nityanandam. So we'll begin the next topic. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganashadrusham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next topic is about the hunger and poverty due to the meat industry. So your vote can change the world. So please don't forget to go and vote in the following link. So your Hindu votes are very sacred and very important to tweet and get the response. So please vote whether you want to be a vegan or a non-vegetarian in the link Kailasa voting kailasa.org/voting1. Yes. So the meat industry, it causes hunger and poverty. Eating less meat reduces poverty and hunger and benefits the environment. There are economic and health benefits to plant-based diets. The average American consumes 222.2 pounds of red meat and poultry a year, and this is roughly double the amount the government recommends. So the amount of eggs being consumed is also much higher than recommended, and becoming vegan or vegetarian is the most effective option. So use hashtag Hindu vote. Hindu votes are sacred to tweet and get the response. So the land it needed for rice versus land needed for eggs. So agricultural production it uses 38% of Earth's land, or about 3.5 billion acres. Nearly 80% of this is used for animal agriculture. These 3.5 billion acres can produce enough food for 10 billion vegetarians, but only 2.5 billion Americans who eat meat, as more than half of the world's harvest is used to feed animals instead of people. So animal production is also incredibly inefficient. So livestock requires large amount of land, food, water and energy to produce, yet take more energy and protein from their feed than they return in the form of food for people. 10 pounds of grain are required to produce 1 pound of meat. In comparison, land used to grow rice can support 19 times more people than the land used to produce eggs. So, as we can see, more and more of people are tweeting. Please go to the Twitter and go ahead and tweet with the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred in the Twitter, and also sign up in the link kailasa.org/Kailasa voting 1.
Continue using the hashtag, and we will be checking the tweets.
Yes. So the impact of how eating less meat can reduce poverty. Mapragyan, you want to go next? So consuming fewer animal products could reduce the world hunger and poverty. The United Nations World Food Council estimates that transferring 10 to 15% of cereals fed to livestock to humans is enough to raise the world's food supply to feed the current population. In addition, the International Food Policy Research Institute estimates that reducing the amount of meat consumed by 50% in high income countries could result in 3.6 million fewer malnourished children in developing countries. So please go to the Twitter. I can see Ma Balananda has tweeted. So thank you. So use the hashtag Hindu votes sacred. Hindu votes are sacred to tweet and get the response. Yes.
Yes.
So eating less meat can reduce poverty and hunger. This is a choice that every individual can make, a choice that particularly for middle and upper class people in developed nations isn't too difficult. More stores are starting to carry a variety of plant-based products, many of which are less expensive than the meat and dairy.
So use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred and vote, cast your vote in the Twitter. So World Hunger and Meat Production. So we give you also some time to go ahead and sign up in the link to vote for vegan or non-vegetarian diet. So cast your votes.
One change
Yes.
can save our
So,
planet.
so before we carry on, we've seen Ma Balananda has tweeted.
Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now.
Yes. So now I'm going to be reading out a tweet that Ma Balananda has tweeted using hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. So Americans love the keto diet to lose weight quickly, but you don't have to murder animals to lose weight. Substitute tofu. So this is what Ma Balananda wanted to share. We are seeing more people tweeting. Ma Balananda has tweeted using hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Okay, so we're going to carry on. The 4.8 pounds of grain fed to cattle to produce 1 pound of beef for human beings represent a colossal
waste of resources in a world still teeming with people who suffer from profound hunger and malnutrition. This is what Jim Motawalli has shared.
So more than 60% of the grains and soya beans which are raised in the US are fed to animals rather than to the world. So $840 million for the starving people. So merely 10% reduction in our meat consumption would free up the foodstuffs to feed the 24,000 people who die each day of the hunger-related causes. So this is from the stats from the Veggies for Ecology. You can see the statistical and the picture.
So one more tweet is there, which Ma Brahmananda has shared. Killing, cutting, cooking, eating another being so that a human gets his taste buds, being so that a human gets his taste buds satisfied. And for protein or etc., no, we do have other sources for protein. We surely can acquire taste for healthy and sensitive taste buds. So this is under hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. So you can use hashtag Hindu votes are sacred and start tweeting. We will be checking that and sharing with everyone. So the next is by the Swiss Union for Vegetarianism. The meat production wastes a lot of foodstuff. To produce 1 kilogram of meat, one needs 7 to 16 kg of grain or soya beans. When transforming grain into meat, 90% of protein, 99% of carbohydrate, and 100% of fiber are lost. Nevertheless, in Switzerland, 57% of grain are being used to feed animals just for slaughter. So this is from Swiss Union of Vegetarianism.
Yes. So by eating 2 fewer meat dishes a week, the saving in grain would feed 225 million people every year. So this is from oneearth.org. So 36% of the world's grain supply goes to feeding livestock and poultry. It's from the same magazine. So 795 million people are actually literally starving, but we feed 56 billion farm animals. So it's a very important point to look in. So cast your votes with hashtags Hindu votes are sacred to tweet and respond.
So as you can see the picture over here, 3 kg grain is needed for just 1 kg of chicken. 9 kg grain is needed just for 1 kg of pork. 25 kgs of grain is needed just for 1 kg of beef. So here's a paragraph from Dr. Sahadeva Das's book entitled as Made for Each Other. So 80% of the corn raised in the United States is fed to livestock as well as 95% of the oats. Although altogether 56% of all agricultural land in the United States is used for beef production, if all the soybeans and grain fed yearly to US livestock were set aside for human consumption, it would feed 1.3 billion people. In his book, Proteins, Their Chemistry and Politics, Dr. Aaron Al-Shul notes that in terms of calorie units per acre, a diet of grains, vegetables, and beans will support 20 times more people than a diet of meat.
So, if the Earth's arable land were used primarily for the production of vegetarian foods, the planet could easily support a population of 20 billion and more. So, in a report submitted to the United Nations World Food Conference, Rome 1974, René Dumont, an agricultural economist at France National Agricultural Institute, he made the judgment the overconsumption of meat by the rich means hunger for the poor. If you see, 16 kg of grain can feed 20 people, whereas 1 kg of beef can feed only 2 people.
Really, it comes down to this. Generating meat for human consumption requires vast amount of land that could be used to feed people and is therefore withholding food from millions of starving people. So go and vote your decision. Now, thinking about whatever we have conveyed to you, the truths we have conveyed to you, keep that in mind and go and vote now.
Yes. According to the USDA and the United Nations, using an acre of land to raise cattle for slaughter yields 20 pounds of usable protein. That same acre would yield 356 pounds of protein if soya beans were grown instead. So more than 17 times as much. So think about it and use hashtag Hindu votes are sacred to tweet and get your response.
Your one vote can change the world. So go vote now and save the world. Thinking about all whatever we have conveyed to you, all the truths that we have put in front of you. Keeping that in mind, go and vote, and each one of your vote matters.
Yes. So with that, thank you everyone for listening and watching this. So don't forget to sign up in the link to cast your votes and use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred in the Twitter and tweet your response. So thank you, Nithyanandam. Yes. So let's now get ready for the darshan and satsang. So please sit straight and close your eyes and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And let's get ready to receive the darshan and satsang by His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes.
அருட்பெருங்கடலே அண்ணாமலை தந்த ஆண்டவனே நித்யானந்த புரிதனிலே அருளாட்சி செய்யும் நித்யானந்தனே ஞானச்சுடரே தியான திருவுருவே நித்யானந்தனே சத்குருநாதனே அருள் தாரும் நித்யானந்தனே. ஆடிவா நித்யனே ஆடிவா புகழ் பாடி நின்றோம் விரைந்தோடிவா பக்தியுடன் ஆடவா உன்பதம் நாடவா எமக்கு வேறு என்ன வேண்டும் ஆண்டவா அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா பக்தர் கூடி நின்றோம் காக்க நீயும் வா மறை சொல்லும் பித்தாவா நித்ய சித்தாவா ஞான வித்தை அருள் செய்திட நீ வா. மாயை மனம் தன்னை மறைந்தோடச் செய்தாய் நீ தேடும் உயர் வாழ்வை தயை செய்ய வந்தாய் நீ மாயை மனம் தன்னை மறைந்தோடச் செய்தாய் நீ தேடும் உயர் வாழ்வை தயை செய்ய வந்தாய் நீ ஆசையற்றல் யாவும் வென்றாலே அந்த நன்னாளில் ஆண்டவனாய் எம்மை மாற்றுவாய் அருட்கண்ணாலே பேசுகின்ற தெய்வ சொல்லாலே உயர் மெய்ஞானம் ஓசையின்றி உள்ளம் தன்னிலே இதை செய்வாயே குருவின் வடிவில் இறைவன் இறங்கி உயர்ந்த நிலையை அறியும் முறையை உணர்வில் கலந்து உணர்த்தும் இனிய கருணம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண ஆனந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் அருள நீயும் வா. தர்மம் காக்க நித்யானந்தனாக வந்தாய் நீ கர்மம் நீக்க நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தந்தாய் நீ தர்மம் காக்க நித்யானந்தனாக வந்தாய் நீ கர்மம் நீக்க நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தந்தாய் நீ அம்மையப்பனாக உலகை ஆளுகின்றாய் நீ உன் சொற்கள் ஞான சத்தியங்கள் யாவும் கேட்க மக்கள் கூடும் கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண ஆனந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் அருள நீயும் வா. சிவசக்தி தன்னில் சேரும் கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த பூரணானந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா பக்தர் கூடி நின்றோம் காக்க நீயும் வா அருள் தரும்
Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. E-Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Buddha tradition.
responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. Even a malignous man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. E-Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. Have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
नित्यानन्दं भजरे मानस नित्यानन्दं भजरे 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 नित्यानन्दं भजरे मानस नित्यानन्दं भजरे
Om Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living beings, living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailashians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapeta Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, Srimahans, Mahans, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras, Paramashiva Ganas, Paramashivoham Season 15 participants. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings.
Before entering into Paramashiva's message today, I wanted to describe one of the most beautiful happened today morning. Morning, I just woke up from Samadhi, was sitting on my seat, resting my head on the Chitra Palagai, Chitrasana. Just internally going through what should be my message today. See, last few days I have so much to explain and share. One side the 36 tattvas, I have not yet finished. It's going on. Still I'm only talking about Kala Tattva. Still there is so much to explain. The other side, this message last few days I am sharing about this conscious manifestation. The other side, Hindu votes about vegetarianism, non-vegetarianism. There is so much I should share with all of you. So I just sat in Samadhi and asked Paramashiva. Paramashiva, when I say I asked Paramashiva, I asked that larger existence of me, the being who is manifesting in this body, I asked him, what should be the message for Satsang today? Today, how we are relevant to the humanity. How Paramashiva is relevant to humanity. Now, whatever humanity is going through, seeing the whole picture as it is, what Paramashiva wants to share today, solution for immediate problems, the problems which are immediate now humanity is facing, the guaranteed solutions for that, what really humanity needs now. I just saw beautifully that whole flow opening up and manifesting. That is what is Paramashiva's direct message today for all of you, for all of us. Because I am also enjoying his message and his Leela. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Listen. Manifestation of Paramashanta Swarupa destroys imaginary fears and imaginary problems with which you are really suffering. Understand? The problems and fears are imaginary, but the suffering is real. The problems, see, the way you think about your future is always terrorizing yourself. You have been made to believe wrongly. Only if you terrorize yourself, your energy will be awake, alive to function. Unless you terrorize yourself, you will not do things needed for your life. No. If you make yourself ferocious, that will be the best manifestation of you not terrorizing yourself. Understand the difference. When you are ferocious, you are integrated. When you are terrorized, you are broken. When you are terrorized, you are broken. All your imagination about your future, all your thinking about your future is terrorizing yourself. Oh, will I lose job? What will happen? Will I lose this? Will I lose my house? Will I lose my daughter? Will I lose my son? Will I lose my wife? Will I lose this, that? Constantly terrorizing. Understood life more clear. Understand? From the powerfulness, when you become ferocious, anything you manifest will be good. Fundamentally, your wrong belief that only if you are terrorized, you will deliver your best should be broken. If you are terrorized and you deliver your best, you are Shudra. Shudras, no other way. He has to be only terrorized even to keep himself awake. Even to keep himself alive, he has to be terrorized. I am not telling based on jati, birth. No. Shudra is not based on jati, birth. It is based on the quality, mental belief about yourself. The Paramashanta Swarupa, absolute peace, will make you intensely ferocious and integrated, powerful being like Kalabhairava, Mahadeva. Drop the belief only if you are terrorized, you will be fully alive, awake, and drop all your decision to terrorize yourself and always raise your life to higher and higher and higher risks, possibilities. Push yourself always higher and higher. Listen, whether you are living with small 3-hour part-time job, whether you have 3 jobs full-time, 6 hours, one is 8 hours, one is 5 hours, whatever. Even if you have 3 jobs, whether you have only 1 job for 3 hours or 3 jobs almost filling your whole day, life is struggle. You will feel struggle whether you have only just 3-hour part-time job or 3 full-time job. So better die doing 3 full-time job than rotting in 3-hour part-time job. I tell you, you will never die in 3 full-time job, because you are endless energy source, extremely powerful energy source. You just need to trigger your ferociousness instead of triggering panic button inside you all the time. All the time, due to your delusion, you go on triggering your panic button. You go on terrorizing yourself. The best example I have seen in my life, never terrorized, so deeply trusting me. The absolute settled being, Rajesh Chandra Mohan. He may never expect that I will utter his name. I know him maybe for last more than 10 years. His trust on me, his commitment to me, it is such spiritual. I have seen him getting all the best things in my blessings, with my blessings, and I have seen him losing everything, including his job. All this, I have seen him losing his father. I have seen him gaining many things in his life. I have seen him losing many things in his life. Last more than 10 years, he is with me. His trust on me, an absolute dedication. I can see, I have never seen him terrorized inside. When I give my commitment or blessings to him, he will only become ferocious, never get terrorized inside. Same way I have seen some kind of people, I don't want to name the other side, other kind, all the time pressing the panic button. All the time pressing the gratitude button. Example is Rajesh Chandra Mohan. All the time, I have seen always, he will only press the gratitude button. For this, I can give some more list also. Prasanna and Shrikant. Always pressing the gratitude button. And it's not that they never lost things in their life. I have seen Rajesh losing his father, losing his job, coming back to India because he lost the job. So many things I have seen. But I have never seen him pressing panic button. It will only be gratitude button. He will only be ferocious, never gets terrorized. And it is easy for me always to raise him to the next.
Listen. Whenever you press the terrorizing button inside you, to get you out of that itself takes me almost all the energy. Then making you manifest your life's reality is next job. If you don't press the panic button and terrorize yourself all the time, I can raise you just like that and make you manifest millions of things more than you can ever imagine for your life. It's my commitment. It's my commitment to all my disciples. Stop terrorizing yourself. Understand? I am very loyal to all my disciples, just like how I am loyal to my gurus. See, my Guru Parampara is one end of me. My Sishya Parampara is another end of me. So how I am loyal to my Guru Parampara, with the same intensity I will be loyal to you guys. Just listen. Have little listening. Stop terrorizing yourself with stupid imaginations and stupid assumed fears about your life. If you talk to Rajesh Chandra Mohan, I sincerely recommend all of you talk to him. How he maintains himself cool, and how every time anything he loses, he just gets it back immediately. How his attitude of gratitude all the time just raises him to the next level. I tell you, when you terrorize yourself, you make my job difficult. I want to tell all my disciples, how I am integrated to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru. I will be integrated to all of you. Listen. Listen to this one word. Never ever terrorize yourself. I will not let you perish. I will not let you suffer. I will not let you fail. It is not that I am only powerful, I am compassionate, and I am absolutely integrated, loyal. Just decide, no question of internally getting terrorized. Come what may. Just do not allow your fears about future. When you are not terrorized internally, my job of pouring the consciousness and making you successful, manifest all the best things is easy for me. When you are terrorized, integrating you, that itself is a very big job, because integrating you, I need your cooperation. You are such a stupid
low level you became when you are terrorized. See, when you are terrorized, you neither remember you are Paramashiva, nor you remember I am Paramashiva. You remember yourself as a victim. When you remember yourself as a victim, you feel whole world is conspiring against you. And I am the chief conspirator. You feel whole world is enemy. And I am the chief. Listen. Terrorized person becomes absolutely illogical, deluded, mentally broken. All I want you to do, just don't get terrorized. And listen. I know all of you believe I am powerful. That nobody has a doubt. Swamiji is powerful, capable. Even my enemies can't deny that. That's one of the biggest problem. That they get more terrorized because I am so powerful. Everyone believes I am powerful. But you need to know I am absolutely compassionate and integrated, loyal. Even to enemies, I'll never punish them. I'll just withdraw. Okay, let them live their life, and that's all. I don't punish them. I just unclutch. That's it. Listen. This is my commitment to all my disciples. This is the direct message from Paramashiva today. Drop all stupid fears about the future. Even if you fall from the cliff, I'll be there to hold you. I'm not saying go and jump from the cliff. But accidentally, even if you fall from there, I'll be there to hold you. Nothing to worry. I'm not saying go and jump from cliff. I'm not saying commit suicide. No. I am not encouraging suicidal attempts or suicidal behavior. No. All I am trying to tell you is, even if you fall from the cliff accidentally, I'll be there to hold you. Be very clear. I'll be absolutely loyal to all of you. I won't fail. Once you terrorize yourself, in your delusion, you start fighting with me, then I won't be able to help you. When I push my energy into you, you just start denying me. You start saying rough no. It's like you decide, even if my life goes to hell, it's okay. In that frustrated anger, because one spoon sugar is less in your meal, you try to throw not just the whole meal out, you try to throw your whole intestine out. I asked with full sweetie payasam, and one spoon sugar is less. How can you do that? I will not eat, and I don't want this intestine which wants to eat payasam. Let me pull it out and throw. This is exactly the way you behave when you are terrorized. Absolutely illogical. Absolutely imbalanced.
anti-life, anti-guru, anti-existence, against everything. So listen carefully. Stop terrorizing yourself. Stop terrorizing yourself. Strength of your consciousness raises more and more when you stop terrorizing yourself. Put this as a small board next to your bed. Stop terrorizing yourself. Few days before, one of my disciple sent a message. Swamiji, my mother-in-law is complaining. The symptoms like heart attack, and we are calling the help, emergency help. Usually I'll tell, I'll take care, don't worry. When they try to dig, no, Swamiji, tell me, is it heart attack? Will she not die? Will she recover? I'll say, oh, you don't need to know about all that. I assure she won't die and she will be all right. Only that kind of words I'll use. But in this case, the moment the message came, I said, it is heart attack, but don't worry, things are in my control. And she will become all right. And of course, she became all right and came back, and doctor said the 100% black, and they put a stent and she became all right and she's back and high spirit and good health and all that. My team, which usually gives me the message and takes the response from me, asked, Swamiji, how come you said directly? I said that disciple is so trustworthy. She will not terrorize herself. She trusts me absolutely, so you tell the truth as it is. And she knows I am loyal to her and I'll protect, I'll do what I am saying. She will not terrorize herself, so she can know the truth. If I can talk to you directly, in simple, straightforward way, and you are able to receive, that simple relationship is what I call absolute guru-disciple relationship. Most sweet, most beautiful, where I don't need to edit, I don't need to talk as your logic will perceive, how you are going to terrorize yourself. Simple, straightforward, inner space which does not terrorize itself is the best inner space. Just decide, I will not terrorize myself for anything. I have a guru who is not just powerful, compassionate, he is loyal to me. I tell you how much I am loyal to my guru, same way I will be loyal to my disciples, because that is the Guru Sishya Parampara. If my gurus are my past, my disciples are my future. You are my future, for whom I live. My gurus are my past. My disciples, you guys are my future. So understand, stop terrorizing yourself. For anything. Stop pressing the panic button. For anything. Stop shivering internally. Stop breaking yourself mentally. Stop mental breakdown. Stop nervous breakdown. Don't say you are not able to unless you cooperate actively. Nothing can break you. Only when you cooperate actively, things outside can break you. Your conscious decision not to get terrorized is enough to protect you by you. Whatever is happening cosmically now, I am telling you, till December 14th, the only lesson you need to remember, stop terrorizing yourself. Nothing will be lost. I have a guru who is powerful, compassionate, and loyal to me. I am loyal to you just because I initiated you, not because you need to be loyal to me. See, listen, my loyalty to you is just because I initiated you. It does not have any two-way contract. You don't have to think, oh, he will be loyal to disciples who are loyal to him. He may not be loyal to me because I am not loyal to him. You are broken into so many pieces. How can you be loyal to me? You can't even be loyal to you. How can you be loyal to me? So I don't expect you to be loyal to me for me to be loyal to you. I am loyal to you just because I initiated you. If you don't terrorize yourself and break yourself into more and more pieces, my job will be easy. If you break yourself into too many pieces, my job becomes difficult. That's all. Otherwise, I will be absolutely loyal to you. Listen carefully. Keeping this Guru Sishya Parampara is the only way Hinduism can be kept alive. I have to be loyal to you. Only that is the only way to keep the Hinduism alive. That's the only reason I am in this body. So you got my jata in your hand. It's not that me being loyal to you is just my service, that is my life. I can't be casual about it. I am serious about it. And that's my mission. That's the only way I can manifest Kailasa for all of you and for the world. Whenever disciples did not terrorize themselves, not only I manifested what they want easily, their life was successful. When their life was successful, Kailasa naturally manifested in their life and around them. When the disciples don't have patience to listen to me and terrorize themselves internally, even if I pour the energy, because they are broken pieces, integrating them becomes a big job. And when they are broken pieces, when they are terrorized, they deny everything. They deny Paramashiva, they deny me, they deny themselves, and they are okay with the suicidal tendencies and attitudes and impacts of that. Their actions in their future. See, they are so deluded. They say, come what may, let me face. But when it comes, they won't be able to face. That is the problem. Come what may, let me face. But when it comes, they won't be able to face. Just do not terrorize yourself. So listen. I have always seen people who don't terrorize themselves, like Rajesh Chandra Mohan. They get what is needed for their life and whatever they want more quickly than the people who constantly terrorize themselves, hurt themselves and break themselves into pieces. See, at least reduce the amount of terrorizing yourself inside. Add more and more peace component, Shanta Swarupa component inside you and make yourself more and more powerful, ferocious. When I say ferociousness and when I say Paramashanta Swarupa, both are one and the same. Shanti from Shakti. Shanti of the Shakti. Shakti from Shanti. Ferociousness from Shanti, peacefulness. Peacefulness from ferociousness. It's one and the same. Shanta Shakti and Shakti Shanti is one and the same. The energy of Sarabeshwara and Pratyangira. Shanta Shakti, Shakti Shanti. Energy of Kalabhairava. Shanti, the extreme Shanta Swarupa and Shakti Swarupa is one and the same. Terrorizing yourself not only weakens you, stops you manifesting what you want in your life, what you need in your life.
stops you manifesting success. People who don't terrorize themselves, first they manifest what they need, and then they manifest what they want, and then more than what they want to share with the world, they manifest all the best things. Stop terrorizing yourself. Stop pressing panic button for yourself. Stop the violence of stress chemicals and stress hormones inside you. Halt this stressful way of existence. You can. That's a good news. Unclutch more and more. Meditate more and more. Bring more and more Paramashanta in you. So when I pour the energy to manifest Shakti, it just manifests as ferociousness and manifests whatever you need in your life. So with this, I bless you all. From today again we will resume the Paramashiva Ganas meeting and Paramashiva Ganas sessions. Let us take the Paramashiva Ganas sessions to next level. To organize ourselves beautifully, integrate ourselves more beautifully with the Kailasa. So with this I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailas of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणपति समारम्भ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
One change can save our planet.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gaurikund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. The spiritual name is useful in 3 ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing you will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
Nithyanandam, thank you everyone for joining us for this amazing, empowering, and enlightening satsang by His Divine Holiness Swamiji. And once again, you've got a chance to vote for non-veg or veg at kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1. And we'll see you soon. And we invite you to join us for another enlightening satsang. And we close with the prayer. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukar Pranamastu Om Nithyanandam.